It's also not very clear, but the key level that I'm watching is the 153. So if we hold about 153 for at least 30 minutes, probably we can see some continuation to the downside. But other than that, I don't see anything clear. I'm mostly hands off. I want to see if there is some news that I could come out like yesterday. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Rick. Yeah, I was gonna say, and just keeping in mind, just to have in the back of the head, usually coming into it, historically not really as clean, when it comes to, more along the lines of the stocks themselves. So that's one thing where you don't want to just put yourself in that position to basically have the exposure there when it may not be as clean and trend. So that's just one thing. Obviously, just looking at it here in the pre-market where you have the report, but you have minimal volume and you also have just inconsistency when it comes to the overall price action as well. And I would say usually, just historically, the characteristics, usually just not the cleanest as well. A little bit more wicky and choppy coming into that. So that's just one thing where, if it's not setting up, just being okay to kind of just sit on the hands.
Good morning, guys. So just a few ideas that I'm looking at this week. First of all, with the SPY kind of chopping in this range for a while, the compression of the range is really kind of indicative of what we've kind of been experiencing, not only from an options market view, but also across the equities. We seem to have a market that's like kind of fatigued with moving so much. I mean, after the ninth, we saw just an instant inside bar, and even after that, just staying within that. We've been in the same candle for 3 days, obviously being a historical expansion on the ninth. It kind of shows that there is somewhat improving liquidity in the market. And that's also shown across the VIX. If you guys look at the VIX, VIX has dropped, from 60 to 30 in just a couple of days. And one of the pivot levels of VIX is 30. This was the level we climbed to throughout late February and early March. And that was ultimately what we sprung from. Of course, technical analysis on the VIX is not really relevant. But what's relevant is that a under 30 VIX has different implications to the market and how it may act. And one of those is that we have a bigger move to the upside. Yeah, obviously over the last few months, we've been in this very sticky, high volatility environment. And now that we're finally kind of improving liquidity a little bit, you're starting to see not only the range compress, but a little bit more consistency to the upside. So overall, what I'm going to be looking for today is I do have a slight bias this week, Tuesday and Wednesday, to see some sort of move to 561 on SPY. I think the best way to capture a move in there is to capture the leaders because markets have already bottomed. Leaders get the longer continuation trade. And so what I like is Solars yesterday, which is ENPH. I'm actually still in those. But also, I like a lot of the healthcares. So mRNA. This one has, I think, a really good setup. For the future, this is what I kind of call a liquidity grab takeout. I don't know, like takeout order. I don't, someday we're going to have a silly name for this. But basically, what you kind of look for is if you guys look on the ninth, we had that kind of high wick, and then we got instantly sold off. When Moderna is now chopping right in that area, right below that wick, it threatens the short positions there, and any strength into that will make that zone kind of fuel. So I kind of have an entry on Moderna to the upside right around any push above 27.24. I'd love to try this one higher. So Moderna and ENPH, those are my two. And also considering that they also kind of have a little bit more range to the upside. So ENPH, I think, is still that name can move like 10% in one day. I'm still excited to see that one move. But overall, guys, I'm just a little bit long bias. And to the short side, I think banks or something along the lines of that would suffice back into the range. But that's all I got.
Thank you for that, Andrew. Yeah, and I was gonna say, looking at it, I was gonna say more. You said what, like Tuesday, Wednesday, ideally?
Yeah,
It was you
the
were
main
looking.
basis behind that, maybe I didn't clarify this, is because the reason I'm trying to expect some sort of reversal ultimately is because heading into OpX, you can
Yep.
often expect kind of like a Max Payne move where you kind of see a move in one direction, but it ultimately gets reversed. This is because coming into an expiration with so much money expiring, obviously it's not quad witching, so it's not as important.
Yep.
But around 2 days before, from my research, I found that you typically see some sort of reversal back towards the mean, if you will,
Yep.
because dealer hedging is so sensitive. You can think of its implied volatilities are getting more sensitive, and the delta hedging is more sensitive. So ultimately, when the rips happen, they sell against it. When the dips happen, they buy against it.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So looking at like the like into like Wednesday, based, and especially too with Powell speaking, more volatility, etc.,
Right.
coming
I,
into
I
that.
would expect some sort of short position in the upper range around 550 or 561 to return back to 540. I don't
Yeah.
think we would close below 540 just because that's the biggest like put wall level in the entire range. I think that would be optimal to close above it, but I would see 561 somewhere around there to be a great short.
Gotcha. Yep. Perfect. Thank you for that, Andrew. And I know, sorry, we got about 60 seconds left, so
No, you're good, man.
I'm gonna wrap it up real quick, and then I'll see you guys in there.
Peace.
best ones are when you get in the 2 minute, right? You get one, two, three to start. You get three green candles, and then that first touch of the knife, you may have those 3 or 4 consecutive bars. Those are the ones that you want to beat hourly. Something like RKOB, just do, but and then touch the knife. HP, yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah, again the 2 minute, but I'll be risking like the break of like 2 part break, I would say. But what if it's a billionaire thing that's buying? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. drop into 97. Look for that too. Yeah, okay, so yeah, a lot of bidders right there. It's 50, 70. Oh, damn. Yeah, I saw that. Whoa, that was nice. Yeah, I see that. That's why you don't want to short shit like that. This thing opens. This thing opens up. Imagine opens at 60. Blow everybody today. Oh, imagine. Or just every pop gets sold. Okay, I'm just. Yeah, market. Yeah, the overall market. The Qs just broke over that four pre-market highs. So yeah, you get them momentum, to the upside, but you still have resistance around 462, 463, 464. So if this breakout was happening with the Qs above like 465, then fuck yeah, I'm in. Right? But right now, I just want to like wait for that pullback. Like in PLTR, get a pullback back to 94.50s. Like I'll be interested in that and see how it reacts. Like as long as it holds like 94, 94.50, I'll probably take that. Little balance there, but I don't expect nothing big. that's what I was thinking. VA like fashion of bleeding short if it breaks. It just begins to roll over. Here on the two, especially after that stuff candle like at 9:46. Okay. Let's continue out. And let's do large volume too in the first 3 minutes. saying it's the best, but that's still the idea of what I want to see with RGLR. Test the 255 for maybe 257. Maybe test the 258, 260 today. That's the type of move that I'm looking for, but and stop on 254 break. The Qs are also trying to bounce from the 90 MA in the 5 minute. Yeah, okay, perfect. This is like the perfect example here. Like seeing the Qs straight up in the 5, pulse back in the 5, and then bang. look at RKLE now, it looks like a backpack turning into a fashionable name. So that's the thing that yeah, that's what I'm saying. That and then take higher, right? And if we see the volume pick up, it's buy volume, and then breaks or like 2150 and start buying some, risking technically up. But I want to see the bounce first. Contracts in the UK and in the US. They have hypersonic deals in the US and UK. I don't know what hypersonic means, but it's a fucking deal. Let's check out the short interest. Maybe our shorts covered. You never know, huh? I got you. I'm checking. Yeah, 2%. It's nothing. I'm adding some Tesla here due to the Q's breaking high. So I'm just adding some long on Tesla, and then I'm adjusting the stop to 255. It's momentum, I want to see it like move up. 255. Apple? Yeah, it worked. Apple, no. Because I cover it, once it works in my favor, I take some off, bro. Like if we break high day, I'm correct. Yeah, straight up. There's that Tesla 257. Yeah, that just be 2 points right there, bro. Start buying. That's my stop. Apple will be up now. I'm not liking it. DJT is also kind of moving. Maybe later on. Let's move. 255. I'm out of the rest of the long position. Tesla high ice, 257.50s. I read. Look at the way that it went up, right? I'd rather just wait for it to break below the 9, set up for backside, and then roll over back to VWAP. It's just straight up. And one more thing, I would probably say volume like a stuff candle into like 1,000 and like large volume, right?
Guys, we're coming off pretty hard here.
Oh shit. Oh, no, sorry. Oh,
Seems like there's
Tesla's
some.
setting on today. Alright, I'm keeping my stuff in Tesla.
We came off a couple dollars on the keys.
Trump published something 2017. Trump resumes social taxes status to
Thanks, buddy. You were quick.
Alright,
By the
I'm
way,
out of
they
Tesla.
had to, the indices had to make a new high like 3 minutes before that.
Alright, now after that Tesla in the news, I mean it's not Tesla, sorry, the news. Now Netflix kind of like looking okay. Yeah, that was a big flush.
Came off 3.5 on the keys. Tesla came off 3.
US taxes taking place.
Jason Solomon here at the markets here in the latest report on the EU trade talks. The Nasdaq is in negative territory, down about 12 ticks.
4.5 on the keys, yeah. Another more Tesla.
I should have flipped over and short that Tesla. That was a good stop, 255. I'll be down 2 points. Technically broke even on that trade. It lost $4. Tesla back to 256. It's crazy. Apple 200 bounce as well. AMD and Avco fashion relate.
Market was so strong right before that went away. That's what right back up. It's the market's so illiquid that when you get a sell program like that, sometimes it just rug pulls too much and then goes right back up. And we'll see 15 minutes where we are. I did short 59 and a half.
Okay. Added more short and bought. BA. And I'm looking at that Avco short there as well. Kind of like it. Mm-hmm. Not China. Mm-hmm. With you. Adding a little short there in apples. 2-1-30 stop. Come on, BA. Just go with that. BA, I have a stop about
Well,
157.
so a lot of their cues, it's really nice playing so far.
AFCO, I'll stop. I'll stop out of AFCO short over 180.50.
And thank you. You're gonna have to see DEC for a live interview. They're post earnings and talking about.
Oh yeah, AFCO's horrible. Let's see what fundamental. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cues. Back end repop.
You're listening to Trade Better News.
AFCO, I'm gonna stop out of the next 2 minutes. We're gonna break above. Yeah, that's right. I was hoping for that continuation lower in the cues. Add to like 1030s. sticking with the same idea, just second try, and if it doesn't work, I'm out. Especially with a huge strategy from the VWAP, because this can be a lower high into this 156 and then break over 157, and then BA can be up to 158 by midday 158. So for me, if fashion every day 1022, it can kind of give you a measure move into 155. I didn't take anything colors on colors there. I was looking for that pre-market 153. So I'm trying that same idea again. 157.30 style. Nvidia fashion everyday long. What do you guys think?
What that cut to 65 represents is the correction for ARTX continuing to explore approach, including clinical trial further, film scanning, valid platform technology. We're going to maintain the
Yeah, in
upside.
this type of market environment, I'd rather wait for it to break high day and then look for that second chance and then just take that a second leg higher. Continuation here. it's below 12, I'm out. Let's see, you guys have the
It's closed press. It's more executive.
yeah. Right now, 10:44, and the market also bouncing, so that should maybe give it a little push to Viva.
Whoa!
Oh,
Another,
what the
must be
fuck?
another headline.
Oh, I guess that's good for my shorts.
Truth Social saying that farmers are great, but because of their greatness, they are always put on the front line with our adversaries such as
I've
China.
stopped out and bought.
Whether it's trade negotiation or in this case trade war, the same
Yeah.
thing happened in our first term. China was brutal to our farmers. These patriots are should just hold on, and a great trade deal will be made.
Oh, he's not bailing out the farmers, and we went down on that. I didn't think we would have gone up on that.
He's not bailing farmers. Alright, so what are we gonna do now? Keep going low?
Trump just saying that he is would protect our farmers, also mentioning farmers in his latest post on Truth Social.
Truth Social bottom.
True social tweet. Oh shit. Now Trump is talking about BA. Trump criticizes China for ongoing deal. Yo, Trump's needs to shut the fuck up, bro, for like the whole 4 years. Let's see. Alright, so I guess I'm still short BA and AFCO. And then I'll just have a stop on. That's crazy. Away from blowing up. Or it could be in your favor.
Tesla didn't even take down on that local. Oh.
Yeah. And then even yesterday, like I was short Apple like most of the day, and then I don't know, he said something, it just spiked Apple like around noon, and just stopped me out, and then it just went a little point lower. So correct. Guess we gotta start doing breaking news playbooks though. So I feel like those are starting to work in this market as well. Maybe some shorts. Yeah, probably could sell down. Get back $36. Okay. Like yeah, inside the range. my second try for that short VA. I'm not trying it a third time. That's it.
When you look at your manufacturing activity, minus 1.2%, which is plus 1.7% of total.
Recording in progress.
All right, welcome everyone. Jeff is away. You have Mike Bellafiore today. Jeff is away on vacation with his family. And so we're going to do a substitution each day. I am new, yes. Hopefully I'll be able to say a few things here on trading since I'm new. Maybe some of you can help me out since I'm new. Maybe I should go pull Spencer off the desk since I'm new, or maybe some of these traders out here, maybe they can help me. Maybe I can get Jeff on the phone. Maybe, hold on, maybe I should call Jeff, see where he is, and conference him in. We've got Caleb here too. Maybe Caleb can help us out. And maybe, there's these YouTube videos out these days. Maybe, I could watch some of those too. It'd be helpful. So I'll try and handle this by myself. And if you don't think I'm doing a good job, just hang up. That's fine. Hang up. All right. So what we're going to do today is I'm going to give you some background on the fundamentals of the market. I'm going to talk about two very specific headlines that hit today. I do want to spend some time going over some of the fundamentals of the market because I know here for the newer guys that they need a little bit more guidance in that vein. And there are certain markets where the fundamentals are going to be, I shouldn't use fundamentals. The macro environment is going to be a little bit more important than other markets. I have to say that lots of times we trade and we spend a lot of time looking at stocks in play. So for instance, on a day like today, during a meeting like this, we spent a lot of time talking about Citigroup. We spent a lot of time talking about NVIDIA. We might spend some time talking about some technical setups. We talk about the stocks that had earnings and that were in play. When VIX normally will trade around 15, sometimes a little bit below 15, sometimes a little bit higher than 15, but 15 is a pretty standard measurement. VIX is a measurement of volatility in the marketplace. It's a measurement of the uncertainty. And as VIX goes up, we lean more to trading market products, SPY, QQQ, VXX, the volatility market. When VIX is above 20, we get more interested. When VIX is above 25, we spend a lot of time trading SPY, QQQ, VXXX, UVXY, large cap, the Magnificent Seven, Teslas, Apples. That's enough to trade that, because the overall market is in play. Today, the overall market is in play. During this market regime, the overall market is in play. Last week was one of the busiest markets that we've seen. We had record days. This is certainly a record month for us. That's great. We're happy about that. It's amazing to watch traders on our desk have 7-figure days who perhaps haven't in the past. It's amazing to see 7-figure traders from even guys who have put up 7 figures in the past. It's fun. It's fun to see guys coming up the curve. It's fun to see newer guys put up their first 100,000 plus days. It's fun to see somebody like Brandon S put up another 100,000 plus day. I mean, he's in his first year of trading. It's fun to see guys who have never made, more than $25,000 in a day make new personal bests. I can see Sebi, who I have in my mind, putting up a new personal best of around 25, and then the next day putting up another personal best of around 35, who's, Sebi comes around before the open and gives everybody a fist bump and is one of those guys that everybody roots for. And, we certainly want to see him around for a long time. It's just fun to see somebody like that do so well. It's fun to see BDAO have a record day. And so we're having a lot of fun in terms of the P&L. But I also should just say to you guys that when the volatility, we're a professional trading desk, and this is what we do for a living. You guys are kind of on the other side of our business, the education side of the business. But what we really do here is we trade professionally, and that's how we make our money, is splitting profits with traders. And it's fun to see somebody who came in as a college intern and get hired on the desk, really start to taste that they can be a professional trader, that really start to taste real money. That's for a 21, 22-year-old kid, $100,000 plus in a day, that's a lot of money. That's pretty good. For guys in the mid-20s to put up their first 7-figure, million plus day, that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. That's fun to see. But having said all of that, we're a professional desk. We should have big days. We should have big days. We should be doing really well. So, yeah, I mean, $100,000 is real money for a. I'm not 55 yet. Come on, but $100,000 is a real day. It's a real day too for us, for those of us in the 50s. That'll get you out of bed. So I want to talk about a couple of things in terms of the fundamentals, but look, we're having a record month. I want to let you in on that because it's possible. There are guys in their 20s doing it. They're doing it this month as the market is imploding and then rebounding. We did it both short and long, and so anyway, I just want to. That's what's going on. We're doing well. Now, having said that, I'm a little worried. There are some things to be worried about, and I think we got to go over this stuff. So the macro backdrop, there are lots of headwinds. The U.S. dollar is down about 10% against. For those of you who watch the U.S. dollar index, the U.S. dollar index is something that compares itself to other currencies. I apologize if some of you know that. Not everybody here is as advanced as everybody else. But essentially, the U.S. dollar index compares the U.S. dollar to the euro, the yen, the pound, the Canadian dollar, the Swiss franc, the Swedish, I think it's the kron. Is it the Swedish kron? I don't know if we have anyone from here from Sweden. So it compares itself to all the other currencies, and it's down over 8%, almost 10% since January of 2025. So our dollar is getting weaker. So people talk a lot about inflation and inflation coming down. Our dollar is almost 10% less valuable against other nations. So when we go and buy stuff from the UK or Japan or European countries, we already have 9% less. That's going to show up in US equities. Hasn't shown up quite yet, but people are worried that it's going to show up in 6-8 months. One of the things that is worrisome that I think is underreported is travel is down to the US. Arrivals from Canada are down. We're down 10% in March. From Mexico, 20% in March. From Europe, almost 20% in March. From Asia, a little bit. From South America, down 10%. Less people are coming to our country, and some people are concerned if you're coming from another country about, hey, getting stopped, getting asked a bunch of questions. Certainly, when Trump put tariffs on, the U.S. luster is wearing off a little bit. You certainly see that with Canada. There's just so many. There's so many anecdotal sharing of people from Canada saying, "Oh, yeah, we're just not going to go to the U.S. as much, and we're not going to buy. We're going to look on our shelves and see what we're buying, and if it's from the U.S., maybe we won't buy it." And there's going to be some economic pain for that. I mean, there are places in upstate New York that cater to Canadian tourism, and if you invested $25 million upgrading your facility in upstate New York for Canadian tourists, you're gonna get hurt. And so we're gonna see potentially some more of those stories. And I've said to you guys in the playbook before that the U.S. turning its back on NATO and the U.S. siding with Russia over Ukraine, turning its back on its European allies, its longstanding European allies, I was concerned. Europe's economy is way bigger than Russia's. Set aside it may be set aside it's the wrong thing to do to side with Russia who started the war. And again, I'm just going to say this. I say this all the time. This is not a place. I'm not making political statements. I'm just making factual observations. And if I say something like U.S., if I say something like Russia started the war in Ukraine, and I say that you have a problem with that, I think you got to be careful about checking your politics at the door, respectfully. There's Earth 1 and there's Earth 2, and I'm not saying any of this stuff's easy, and I'm not picking sides between, or I'm not doing that. I'm just, we do have to have a certain set of facts, though, that we work off of. And so I'm not saying, anyway, I'm not saying it was right or wrong, although we have to have a certain set of facts. But I want to be careful that we're not playing politics here. So, and you know, the other day somebody called me liberal. I don't even know what I said. Oh, I did a video and I was talking about the Trump tariffs, and somebody in the comments called me liberal. And that's the first time anyone's ever called me liberal. And I will say to you that I certainly am not liberal. I can tell you that I'll just share this personally. I'm certainly not liberal. We live in New York City. We do send our kids to private schools. My wife and I have self-selected away from certain private schools because of certain schools. I'm not saying they're wrong. Were too progressive for us. I have been in. I can tell you, my wife and I went to one school in New York City, a private school, which has a tremendous reputation. A lot of people go there, are really happy. We watched the presentation put on by the headmaster, and they put forward the work that the students were doing. And my wife and I were so offended by the subject matter that we walked out. Everybody saw us walk out, and to this day, we talk about just how offensive that presentation was. You know, I just couldn't believe how they think it's okay to have all of the kids come to school and have to believe in those politics. Like I'm certainly not liberal. And, you know, today's tax day, and I'll be complaining for the next 2 weeks about, we pay estimated taxes during the year, but the tax bill that I'll pay today, I will complain about for at least a good 45 days until I feel better about it. The complaining will at least, I think the tax bill I'll pay today is more than 90% of the people. I actually looked it up today because I was so upset about it. It's more than 90% of the people will make in their entire lives. So I do work on Wall Street, and I'm not liberal. Said that. Anyway, I'm not liberal. So the other thing I'm concerned about, which I don't think people are talking about, is the rule of law. And this is actually not a person I should put up here. I was actually looking for Judge Ludig, who's this very conservative darling of the Federalist Society in the U.S., who's been speaking out about the rule of law issue with this present administration. I wish I had a quote from him, because John Favreau is certainly somebody more towards the left. So he's not a great source, but what he says, I think, does summarize pretty well the issue that we have right here. And so I was reading a tweet from him today, and this whole recently the Supreme Court issued a ruling that a particular person who was deported to El Salvador needs to be brought back. There wasn't really any evidence given. They just identified him as a gang member. They put him on a plane. They sent him over there. This person didn't get their due process, which by law they're supposed to get, and they sent him to this El Salvador prison. Apparently, we're contracting with El Salvador. They're building prisons over there, and the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that, like, you got to bring him back. It doesn't mean after you bring him back and you gave him due process, you can't send him back to El Salvador. But he didn't get due process. He didn't really prove he was a gang member. He just had this one anonymous informant. That's not really enough. You know, maybe he should have been sent out of the country. He just didn't do it the right way. And look, we're a system of laws. You can't just say somebody is a criminal or a terrorist and not prove it, and then kick them out of the country. And I'm not saying this person shouldn't eventually, at the end of the day, be deported. I'm not saying that. I'm just what I'm concerned about is the Supreme Court ruled that they need to bring him back. They need to work with El Salvador, bring him back and do it the right way. And the government yesterday just laughed at the Supreme Court. A journalist asked about it. They mocked the journalist. The Attorney General, the Secretary of State, the White House Deputy Chief, they all lied on camera about the facts of the case. They blatantly lied about it. They claimed that the 9-0 victory was to the administration's favor. It's not. And then they started talking about they're going to send Americans to these gulags in El Salvador. And so, you know, there seems to be this idea that we can just grab somebody off the street, put them on a plane, send them to El Salvador, and nobody can do anything about it because courts aren't allowed to be involved in foreign policy. Which obviously doesn't make any sense. Certainly, you should have the right, if you think somebody is a terrorist or not here legally, to have them go through a process and deport them and send them to the country of their origin. You have the ability to do that. But you can't just pick somebody off the street who doesn't believe in what you believe and put them on a plane and send them away forever. And the reason why that's scary for markets is that that's a third world nation. And how the heck do you, as a big money trader, put billions of dollars into the market if a person who is the president can just decide who it's going to round up, put on a plane, send them out of the country, and not follow any laws? What else will they do? Why would they not just come and confiscate your home if you wrote a tweet he didn't like? Why wouldn't the government just come arrest you if you donated too much money to the opposing party? And if you're not going to respect the rulings of the courts, how do you put a lot of money into a country like that? So I'm we'll watch this. I would think the Senate Republicans are going to hit back pretty hard on this, and I would think the Supreme Court is also going to try and enforce its order. And I would hope that the administration backs down and figures out a way to at least bring this person back and just do it the right way. If he gets deported, and that's the right thing, then that's the right thing. But you got to have you have to live in it's one of the big attractions to U.S. markets is that there's a rule of law here, and people can put big money in here because if something is done improperly, there is a venue that they can go to, a court, to protect themselves. Does that make sense? I think this is a huge issue. Can't let, and you just can't, you want to pass a different law, and go pass a different law. you know, you have the House and the Senate, go pass a different law. And, you know, I might not like the law, but there's a way to do things. Inflows out of the US markets. There has been, we talked about this recently in the playbook. There's been inflows out of US markets into European and Asian markets. If that continues, and I don't know why it won't. Why are you going to invest in a market where there's so much instability? What's the tariff policy? Over the weekend, there was going to be an exemption for electronics. Lutnick went on TV, said there was going to be one. Then Trump, a little bit later in the afternoon on Sunday, said, no, there aren't any exemptions. And then it seemed like the market opened up strong and they just weren't listening to Trump. They just don't believe that he's not going to put these exemptions on. It just seems like that's what's going on. It seems like the market sentiment right now is we just don't believe that Trump's not going to cave. They're going to work it out because he's going to cave. And, you know, basically what's going to happen is he'll pretend, maybe they'll get small concessions and they'll bring the tariff rates down a little bit lower. By the way, the tariff rates are almost zero for lots of different countries. Maybe they bring them down a little bit. You know, they're like 2-3% for most countries on average. Maybe they bring them down a little bit, closer to zero. Maybe they allow certain goods that aren't able to be sold in overseas countries to be sold. And they do something around the edges, and then Trump comes out and claims victory, and we can kind of move on from that. It seems like that's what people think is going to happen. And there's evidence that that is going to happen. I mean, he did cave last week. You know, he was not going to make any exemptions. They were, and then all of a sudden he just came out and he said, he said, we're not going to pause, we're not going to pause, we're not going to pause. Then he paused for 90 days because the bond market was going to blow up. And so he caved. I'm concerned about the bond market. Japanese private investors sold 17.5 billion in US treasuries in early April. That's a record. Our bonds are being sold. People who own our bonds are looking at the instability in our country, the lack of rule of law, and they're selling. The bond market's a big deal. So I look at the 10-year. I look at that every day. It's certainly squeezed recently, but we'll keep watching that. China today orders. They had orders to buy Boeing jets. Well, they halted them as the trade war is going on. Just came out today. What more of that are we going to see? So we have this instability, right? We have instability. And I should say, and also we live in a world right now where there's a lot of instability. So Trump said and I hope this is not coming off as political statements. I feel like I gave you some pretty good background about myself. So I feel like I'm talking about a lot of this stuff fairly. But Trump said he'd end the war on day one between Ukraine and Russia. He campaigned on that. I don't know what day it is, but it's well past day one, and there hasn't been an agreement. We seem to be siding with our long-standing enemy in Russia against Ukraine. It's unclear to anyone who lives in the U.S. why that is. It was a 90-10 issue. Russia's our enemy, or Putin's our enemy, I should say. Putin's our enemy. Is not interested in playing fairly with the U.S. Right or wrong, that was a 90-10 issue. Ukraine, backed by NATO and Europe, seemed like the last administration was helping. It seemed like we're walking away from our NATO and our longstanding allies, and the world doesn't like that. world doesn't want a reset of the global economic and security order. Doesn't want that. It's a lot of instability. Iran and U.S. tensions have been rising. We've said, you got to cut a deal with us. We're in our second round of negotiations with them. Excuse me. There's going to have to be an arms deal. They're going to have to show that they're not building a nuclear weapon. And if not, there's going to be major tension there. China and Taiwan, it's not on the radar yet. It's going to be. How are we going to tell China you can't go in and take over Taiwan when we let Russia take over parts of Ukraine? There's going to be 5 territories that Russia's going to want in Ukraine that it's essentially going to perhaps get in negotiation. It seems to we also seem to be in infringing on the Panama Canal in Greenland. I don't know where that comes from. That's odd. And as I said, the U.S. is turning its back on NATO and the EU, longstanding allies in the free world. That brings instability. So instability is a problem. Markets want to know what the rules are. Market doesn't like instability. It shoots first and asks questions later. It's responsible for not losing money. You can't be subject to the whims of one person. Having said that, there are observing markets, the sentiment after the weekend where it was leaked that we're going to have a short-term exemption for tariffs on smartphones, laptops, semiconductors, and electronics. Seems like that has boosted the sentiment on the market. And it seems like, and I'm sort of putting pieces together, it seems to me that while I talked about all of these headwinds that I'm concerned about, it seems like in the shorter term, that people just don't believe he's not going to cut deals, and or there's going to be a bunch of exemptions to the things that are most important. And they're going to cut deals, and we're going to be back in business. Now, we'll still have those headwinds that I talked about, but we'll have to deal with them 6-8 months down the road. All right, so what happened today? So right around Caleb, are you bringing up the charts?
Yeah, they're up.
Right around a little after 10, it hit the tape that the EU was saying talks with the US are making little progress, and that the EU expects tariffs to remain in place. So the EU came out a little after 10 and said, hey, these talks aren't going well. And the market immediately sold off. All right, so that's the breaking news opportunity. So there are 3 trades I want to talk about when a headline like that hits the tape. So 1, you can get short right away on what we call a breaking news trade. The EU is saying talks are not progressing. We don't think a deal is going to get made. That means this tariff policy is going to linger longer. It could be worse than we had expected in present market, where our sentiment is they're going to figure out deals. And so the market sold off right away. So you can make a breaking news trade, hit stuff, get short right away. You can then wait for a lower high and short a lower high. And then the third trade is wait and see. And the reason why you might, the breaking news trade is a good trade. You just hit stuff. The lower high is a good trade. You short lower highs. What products do you use? SPY, Qs, VXX. That's fine for you guys at the beginning. SPY, Q, VXX. If you're a little bit more advanced, you might also take a look at Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple. Why NVIDIA and Apple? Well, they were part of the exemption. They were catching a bid because people feel as if semiconductors and Apple products are going to be excluded, even if there are tariffs. And so they're up a bunch. It's a high beta name. Certainly something that you could have traded. I think if you're a beginner trader, SPY, Qs, VXX, it's fine. VXX you expect to go up, SPY you expect to go down, Q you expect to go down. VXX is volatility, so you expect volatility to go up. SPY and Qs you expect to go down. Tesla expect to go down, NVIDIA expect to go down, Apple you expect to go down. If you're an advanced trader, advanced traders build baskets for breaking news events like this. So instead of just hitting one product or two products like VXX and Qs, you're going to have a basket where you hit a button and it's going to help you get short SPY, Qs, VXX, Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple. You may put gold in there. You can build your own customized basket. But the reason why you would want to do that is it helps you to get more at better prices faster. If you just spray the book for one name, you're not going to get as much liquidity. If you spread it out, you'll get more. Okay. And then, so that's how we're going to attack that. Now, when that's happening, remember the market sentiment seemed to be that they just don't believe Trump's not going to cut a deal. So when that hits the tape, and one of the trades is to wait and see the momentum. First trade is breaking news. Second is lower high. Second is wait and see the momentum. You might say to yourself, hey, maybe that's just posturing by the EU. And then Trump's going to cave anyway. So it doesn't even matter that talks aren't going that well right now. They've got 90 days. Maybe this move down right on the beginning is going to get bought up. And let me have that in the back of my mind. And, right now we're trying to figure out which one of that is, which way that is. And so, what's interesting about that, really good observation. So I was saying on the desk, when the breaking news came out that the EU was not encouraged by trade talks, I was watching tick, and I didn't notice a broad tick, a negative broad tick. Like, you should see a breaking news like that. You should see negative 1,000 on an event like that. I saw negative 600. And so somebody's saying they saw a negative 800. I only saw negative 600. Maybe I have a different, I don't know, maybe I saw it wrong, but I only saw negative 600.
It did get down to negative 800.
Is that on that little wick right there?
Yeah, the wick down is into negative 800.
Okay. Not really a sustained one though, right? Like kind of a
No.
wick one.
Yeah, it was a large body wick and just came right back to the zero line.
So I was a little bit, I noticed that and I was like, that's not a real negative tick. And so I did also short the lower high, but I covered the lower high before we even made a new low, because the back of my mind was like, I'm just not seeing the tick yet. So I covered that, but there's I think we're up like 12, 13% from the bottom. And so we've got some work to do here. We've got some good opportunities here. All right, question. I'm sorry, and then there was another breaking news that came out. What was that? So Trump then Truth Socialed right before this meeting. And what was that? Were you guys watching that? All right, so guys are putting in the quote. No, not at the Harvard News, but he was talking about tariffs. Does anyone have that True Social? Can you put that up so we have the exact? Anyone has that True Social? Put that in the chat so we just have the exact one. All right. So, questions. Anyone have any questions about where we go from here? Questions on what I said, questions on the market. So I'm concerned that I have like two thoughts that are kind of going on in my head right now, which is I'm kind of concerned about these headwinds, and I don't see how we go up because of these headwinds.
Bill, are you talking about the one for the farmers?
Yeah. Is that the truth? Somebody put that? Okay. Thank you. Let's see what that is. Farmers are great. Yeah, that's the one. Farmers are great, but because of their greatness, they're always put on the front line. So he's going to protect the farmers. Okay. Which they did last time. They paid the farmers a bunch of money. He paid them $28 billion, right? Okay. All right, so there's that. Yeah, I mean, I think from here, I have kind of two thoughts in my head. One is you can't help but I'm observing that the market sentiment of late has been, we're gonna work through this. He's gonna cave, and they're gonna figure out the tariffs. I mean, that has been the short-term sentiment. Versus, we just got these headwinds that are really problematic. Rule of law is hugely problematic. People are gonna pull money out of markets if that continues. There's this idea that this is the end of American exceptionalism. 73% of foreign big money investors believe this is the end of American exceptionalism. That means they're going to start looking for other places to invest. Dollar's down a bunch. Bond market is very problematic. Again, if foreign investors start selling their bonds, what's that going to mean to our markets? Every time they do a big bond sale. The other day we were watching, I think we were actually live during the playbook, and we were watching, and there was a big auction for $39 billion worth of 10 years. And that went well, but every time there's a big bond sale, bond auction, you got to watch. What happens if one of these days, if they've got to raise prices on bonds to get the interest for people to buy the allocation, to buy the tranche? What if they can't sell them? They can't sell them all. That's going to cause the market to really go down. We got all this instability. So there's that. Now, I do have to also say that there's going to be tax cuts that are going to come soon. That's going to help. Has been a bunch of deregulation. That's really, the market loves that. Market's going to really like when they get their tax cuts announced. The market's really going to like deregulation. Market's really going to like when Trump caves and cuts deals. If Trump caves and cuts deals, the market's really going to like that. So, but I'm concerned about rule of law. I'm concerned about the dollar. So I'm concerned about the bond market. Concerned about the lack of luster on the U.S. going forward. And we'll observe. We'll observe what's going to happen. That's what we're watching. All right, questions. Let's see. Maybe not. Bella, any thoughts on how to put aside our emotional connection to our politics when we're trading? Yeah, and so you want to watch the price. It's a really good question. So you want to watch the price action. So look, if you're sitting there and you come up with all these reasons why we should be short the market over the next 6 to 8 months, and a day like today, we were doing great until the EU, to that EU headline. Nvidia caught a bid, was above its highs. The market had made a new high. I heard Spencer chirp on the desk. Of course, the market had to make a new high before that EU headline hit. I think that means he was short and he had to cover some. Or I know he was short Tesla, but I think he was a little irked about the timing of that. So, yeah, I mean, if you're short, I'll show you exactly. So let's say you believe the market should go down and you think there's really good reasons the market should go down. You always have to be open-minded. And if you look and you're objective, you can't really be shorting until the price action shows you that there's a short. But you do see the market break its support on the open right around, you do see that red candle and then the market getting below the lows. And then we know we have that headline that the EU isn't stoked about talks. You can then short then. Like that's when you put your short on. You can short the lower high after the EU headline. But those are really the only two times to short, even with all of the headwinds that I was talking about. So I'm talking about all these things. I'm not shorting until there's a setup and there's price action that confirm my thesis. Now, I have to say, I have a playbook, and if I start to see short playbook trades coming up, I'm going to take them more if I feel that the market is more likely to go down. And while I told you about all these headwinds, there's also positive news that I have to be thinking about too. There's tax cuts, there's deregulation, there's people just don't believe he's not going to cut a deal. So I'm not saying the market has to go down. I'm saying these are tailwinds. These are headwinds. Sorry. And I observe what's going on with price action. Does that make sense? Bella, do you think we bottomed? I don't think we bottomed, but I can tell you that my opinion is not more important than the price action. I think that we really do need to get through. I think we really do need to we need to cut these deals. They need to cut deals on tariffs. We need to get this behind us. I think they need to do that quickly. I think if they don't do that quickly, we have not seen the bottom. Is there risk if things get really bad, that money moves out of the US markets, creating less daily in play names, and we would have to look to foreign exchanges to trade. So our exchanges are the best, our markets are the best in the world by a large measure. One of the things that I've done over the years is travel to lots of different markets and places in the world, and I have seen the difference between our markets and foreign markets. I've actually always thought that one of the things that we under import to the rest of the world are our markets. I do think more people in China and India and Europe and Latin America and South America should have access to our markets. Technology is allowing that more and more, and education is making it possible for more and more people around the world to trade our markets. I mean, there aren't really, compared to the US, there really aren't a lot of other, there's just no one like the US. And so if we were to take a hit, we still are going to be well ahead of lots of other markets. But it's entirely possible that we're just going to move into this new world. We had a world for 80 years. Howard Marks wrote a great piece about this. For 80 years, we have been involved in globalization. We have sought to lower inflation. We have sought to improve the supply chain. We have said to certain countries, you focus on building these things because you can do it cheaper, send it back to us, and we'll focus on building technology and higher price stuff. We've sent for example, iPhones are made in China. An iPhone in China is an iPhone in China, made in China, is $800 to $1,000. If we were to make it here, it'd be $3,500. Nike shoes are made in China and can be sold with a huge margin for $100 to $150 in the US. If we made them here, they'd be $350 to $400. We have made a decision that certain parts of the world are going to specialize in making certain things. And for that, the US has become very rich and incomes have gone up. And our markets have prospered. And we've been innovators in technology. That's what we've focused on. And you can buy lots of things cheaper and you have a lot more selection to buy things because of globalization. That's what we've been involved in for 80 years. And if you're going to say we're going to just undo all of that and start over again, you're going to undo 80 years of history that was good for us economically. Not for everyone here, but it's also true that, and I'm going to be careful about how I say this, it's true that not everyone here has done better. But it's also true that 60% of the people in this country read at the 6th grade level. 60%. Ray Dalio said this. Lance re-highlighted this in a tweet. 60% of the people. I was flipping around. I read that. Lance put that tweet out. I was like, that's not right. 60% of the people in the U.S. read at the 6th grade level. Now, my son is in the 6th grade. He's 11. He's obviously reads above that. But I can tell you that if you read at the 6th grade level, your ability to analyze information is not that high. I can tell you because my son needs to be reminded of lots of things that he easily forgets. And certainly my son isn't going to be asked and tasked to make a important substantive decision on it. And so we have real infrastructure issues that anyway, I don't want to make this political conversation, but the point is that we've had an infrastructure that we wrote the rules on that have helped us. We haven't been screwed. We haven't been getting screwed by other countries. Like, this has worked for us. We've become very rich. And so, you know, I think we gotta, it's probably not great for us to rewrite the rules. Now, that's not to say that the rules can't be a little bit better for us. They probably should be in certain areas. And I'm not suggesting we shouldn't redo our trade deals and make them a little bit more fair in certain areas. We should. But you want to be thoughtful about how you're going about doing it and not just rewrite the rules all at once. All right. I think I got to sign off here. I do hope that this didn't drone into offending anyone politically. I do hope we were trying to talk fair-mindedly about this and more for as what traders are thinking about. I hope it came across that way, because you're welcome to have whatever your political views are here. We have people of all different stripes politically on our desk, and they're all welcome, as long as you're making good points. All right. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you soon.
good so far? Yeah.
And you were there for your mom, right? How's she? Okay. Yeah. Situation. Yeah, that's tough. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no, we've settled in there.
Yeah, hey, you trade, man. you trade. We can talk later.
Yeah.